Over there. Oh no, sorry. Just fix the camera a bit. Okay. Thank you. That's that's better. All right, that'll do for now. All right, Crimes and Punishment. Sherlock Holmes. Is the mic even on this? Mic. Do. Okay. Yeah, the mic's on. Hopefully, I couldn't find the mic for my other headset, so I'm using this one. I don't think this one is as good, but yeah, I'm gonna go start now. The plan here is to go till I get the platinum. I'm 3 trophies away, and yeah, if I can platinum this game tonight. Actually, I'm sitting here until it's platinumed. I think I got chapters 5, 6, and I gotta go back and redo chapter 1. That's the plan. Yeah. I'm on 5. It's on 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6. I'm on 5. Back. Continue. I don't know if this game has any blocked cutscenes or not. It might. I really don't know. It's more of a story-driven game. Cable on the back there. That'll do for now. Box of some sort. A little messy in here, but yeah. Oh, there we go. Ready.
Holmes, for heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
Oh, hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What? Holmes, where have all these wretched bees come from?
I increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample of honey. But it worked, Watson. We will have honey all year round.
Ridiculous and dangerous.
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers. Anyway, Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I'm in rather a hurry.
You have a new case?
Yes, but nothing as thrilling as this experiment. A theft of plants at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. I'm helping a minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join me if you like.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours. Besides, you'll need a helping hand with the flowers you're intending to bring back.
Watson, however did you guess?
For the great Sherlock Holmes to bother with the theft of plants. Come on, admit that you're planning to spoil your little bees with some rare pollens.
Since when did I become so transparent? Let us go.
Let us go. Alright. Can I back out? Can I get stung by the beans?
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours.
I'm just repeating lines. Okay, yeah, there's really nothing here. There's no point in changing his suit, so...
A map of London and the surrounding area. It could be useful.
Later. Just go out the door. Baker Street, Kew Gardens. There. No point, I have no info yet, so I don't have to open that stuff. Boom, 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 boom.
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens. There's no doubt that this place is beautiful. But are you really intent on investigating the theft of the plants?
Yes, of course.
Okay, that was abrupt. Let's begin.
What are we doing, Holmes?
Let us find someone who could help us.
Let's find someone who can help us.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go and get a bucket of fertilizer. And without turning it over this time. Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago. A remarkable collection, I believe.
So you're the one in charge, eh?
A small favour for a friend. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Martin Hamish. I am the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens. And that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
I am delighted to meet you. What can you tell us about the plants?
They were rare and exceptional plants. We presented them at our last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glass house. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition, and nobody saw anything.
No doors were forced?
No, but I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to gain entry, for there are no guards here.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look. Now, you say that it is in the large glass house.
Yes, the one just behind me. Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do. Albert, show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself, but occasionally 2 students, Albert, whom you have met, and Miss White.
Here it is. This is the place where the stolen plants were exhibited.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable and rare, but it seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days ago has been entirely forgotten already.
What tragedy are you referring to?
The director of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn, he died here just 2 days ago.
We're very sorry. We were not aware. The two of you were good friends?
He was my father.
Oh dear. Our condolences. We should not be troubling you. Please do excuse us for the intrusion.
You say that he died here, in the large glass house.
Holmes?
Yes, just here, near the door to the colonial collection. He suffered a heart attack. Just like that. So suddenly. It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here.
There's a murder.
If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand.
Finally! Alright, this is a very story-driven game. I'm gonna go into the menu real quick, turn the audio down. Not the master volume, the music is very loud. Turn it down to like probably 20. I want to leave it all the way to 15. Yeah, there we go. This is a very story-driven game.
Here is a list of the stolen plants.
People get worried about it. This video gets taken down. Oh well, I don't particularly care. You get people who take videos down because of music all the time, or they turn the music off. The music is part of the game. It's in there to complement the freaking animation.
According to
story,
this,
the voice
they have
acting,
light
everything.
and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Turn off the music is just you are physically missing out on part of the game. It's frustrating. I can understand why it gets hit with copyright.
According to
but I'm
Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found dead.
I'm not getting paid for any of this, nor am I using it to make money. But I don't know. Let's see. Oop, oh, do, 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 do. Broken plants.
The traces are thinner in some places.
Yep.
These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet. The footprints reveal that someone staggered here.
Or they just sucked at walking, but you know, oh well.
The door was smashed at shoulder height. This door handle is new. It was recently changed.
Nice. It was kicked.
The esconsson was breached near the handle. The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection room.
Are we in the Colonial Collection room? No? Okay. Gotcha. Oh, right here.
Soil. It should have come from a flower pot.
Should have come from a flower pot.
The soil on the side of this flower shelf is the same as that on the ground.
Alright. Okay. Up. Not done. Apparently we're not done. Or the game just... Oh,
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here.
Oh.
This pot was broken fairly recently.
Okay.
A flower pot recently fell down from these shelves and was misplaced.
Okay. Okay.
Very strange. Half of the Colonial Collection is absent. The smell is strong. It is a detergent. This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow. A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture.
Or a flower pot.
These windows were perfectly cleaned. Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly cleaned.
Okay. Examine the Colonial Collection. Completed. Gotcha. Alright.
These plants come from all the territories of the British Empire. According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Okay. See, firefly, but that came from like a pot like that.
Do not touch.
But clearly, someone didn't listen.
The plants were here. All of them were stolen.
Okay.
This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it.
Oh. God. Let's go this way, Watson.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Alright, let me turn the fan on. Right. Dude, plants can be very dangerous. I mean, very freaking dangerous. God, people.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Oh, this part isn't that bad. Soon like grief. Of course, his father died like very recently. He was pretty much told to get back to work. Bandage. The guy before.
Do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only, for I'm also studying botany at the University of London.
You're following in your father's footsteps, then. That is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Hey, I got a pimple on my freaking eyebrow. It's annoying.
Excuse me, but I have to tidy up this room.
Oh, here you go.
Farmhouse.
God, I got a freaking. Oh my god. Ah. God, that pimple does not want to pop. I'll get it later. Just have to stop thinking about it, and I won't worry about it. Maybe. I don't know. Can't. Surprised no one's saying get off the grid. Oh my god, I think I finally got it. Okay, I'm gonna go talk to this guy after I see the tree. Nope, nothing there. Awesome. Let's go talk to this guy, get the character profile. How many people am I looking at the character profile from this one? We're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 suspects. Okay. Some lady. That guy, that's someone else. Okay. Character profile, I don't know, it's probably missable, so just get it now. I mean, if he needs it, he needs them to see. He needs them to see. Pretty caller, he's a hard worker. I don't remember who unmarried. Awesome.
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
I do think that was missable, so whatever. Oh, yeah, the 3 trophies I'm missing. Discover all conclusions. Character, I gotta go pick like one path, absolve or condemn everybody. I'm in the process of absolving everybody. And then the other one, I don't remember. There were 3 more. Let me just see. A handy dandy iPad. Yep, the 3 trophies I'm missing. Reach 6 correct conclusions for all cases. That was the other one. Reach all possible conclusions in the game, and receive maximum personality rank. Were the 3 I'm missing. Okay. I'm just gonna pull up a walkthrough for like, so I can know what the each conclusions are. Mm-hmm. Okay. Here we go. Number 5. Oh god, this is 6 different deadly syndicate. Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different possible conclusions for this one. Okay, I'm just gonna get all the things that there. So I'm just gonna work on trying to get all the things. This is gonna be one of the hardest ones. I gotta go back to the first one because I missed something. But yeah, I gotta search archives. I gotta search my archives. At his death, find the stolen plants. That's the overarching goal. Examine the place where Montague Dunn met his death. Okay. So just go for clues right now. I'll get everything else. I'll get like the conclusions later.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
What should we do next?
Water lily greenhouse.
Okay, he died in the water lily greenhouse. Okay, because he meant his in here. So there was something in this room that I missed. This table? Nope, okay. Excuse me, Watson.
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
Okay. Interesting. That's gonna come into play later, probably. Up. We got that, got that. Okay. So over here.
Water lily greenhouse. According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building.
Gotcha. Come on, man. This way, Holmes.
Dry tropics.
Alright, let's see what's in here. What I had? Ah, not yet, back. That was an accident.
These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition purposes. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
This is more like a point-and-click adventure, kind of like that. Very slow.
Dry tropics.
Ah, yeah. My feet up. Very slow pacing game. Very slow pace.
There is a smell of burning. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens. A door handle? Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire? The door handle to the Colonial Collection and that of the fireplace are made of the same material.
Okay.
The remains of a picture frame. A broom handle was half burned.
It will kick you out once you find everything, because I haven't found everything yet. There.
The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned. A protective mask. Someone set it alight, but it did not burn.
Okay, yeah, like I said, it kicks you out once you find everything in an area. Like that. Like that, anyway. Nice. Make a noise here, please. I'll make a noise. Oh my. Fine. Watson, what do you get from all this?
Colonial Collection. Ventilation system. Seed house. Nursery. Director's office, cloakroom, and laboratory.
Okay. That I'm gonna see. I think there's gonna be some things in there.
Palm house. Water lily greenhouse.
I guess that kicks you out once you find everything.
Dry tropics.
It'll kick me out once I found everything. But I haven't found everything yet. Usually does. So. Oh,
A map
there.
of Kew Gardens.
There we go. And I get kicked out. There we go. So I know I gotta go search his I feel like it's just object of interest. Okay. Not yet.
Seed house. Locked.
Nope. And on my way.
Locked.
Okay, I'm gonna go over here.
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings.
Not yet.
A water tank.
Okay. Alright. Mm-hmm. Archive search. Archive search. Archive search.
Locked. Nursery.
Okay. Stuck there, Watson? Sorry, I don't
Locked.
particularly need them. I would like to see your office, please.
Locked. Would you unlock the doors for us?
Do you expect to find the stolen plants there? I am sorry, but those rooms are private.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Excuse me, but I have to tidy up this room.
Oh, wait, what is this? Housekeeping.
A task list for Albert, compiled by Martin Hamish. Sweep out the palm house, scrub the toilets, clean the storage shed tools.
This guy seems like a...
Excuse me, but I have to tidy up this room.
You don't have to do anything. You can tell him that he's stupid. Man, I just like it.
Water lily greenhouse.
What is a greenhouse? There'll be something stupid in here and that's like this freaking sign. Examine, examine, examine. Oh, blood. That's it.
Blood. Someone fell violently against this sign, and they were injured in the clash. Most likely a head wound. All the clues around here are quite suspicious. I need my imagination to make sense of it all.
Yeah. Okay. First off, okay, that is not the right order at all. So, okay, so first off, 1. Knocking over plant, and then 3, deceased. L2 watch sequence, alright.
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the Colonial Collection Room.
He was in a panic, or the door was locked. Was it an accident, or a murder then, I wonder?
Okay, now we go here. Perfect. Perform autopsy. I gotta go do an autopsy on this guy now. Okay. So, Right, hold on. Scotland Yard, Baker Street. I got a bunch of archives to go search too. Perform an autopsy. That's him there too. Scotland Yard it is. I'll head to Baker Street after the release.
I asked Inspector Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for autopsy, then.
First of all, let us carry out an external examination. There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination so that we can proceed with the autopsy.
Okay.
The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma.
That is a big nose.
There is an injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall in the water lily greenhouse. The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal. Nothing suspicious here. No redness, stings, or bruises. Now, let us examine the internal organs.
Okay. What a cut. Okay.
The liver is enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction. The liver tissue is brown. There are no visible pathological signs.
Other than alcohol poisoning, or he was a huge sugar addict. Do I think this would be hard?
The lungs are congested and edematous.
Oh, that's important.
The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant.
Okay. The killer put the toxins in the ventilation system, which caused him to have a heart attack. He broke out of the door and crashed onto the sign. Whoever the killer was. They have any knowledge of plants, though. So far, the two guys have knowledge of plants, so that's not helpful.
The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs. There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his death.
Ooh.
The heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs. The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs.
Okay, so far, other than the lungs, there's absolutely
My
nothing.
suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean...
Yes, it is murder.
We should inform Lestrade.
Yes, but do remember, Watson, that I discovered the murder. The challenge is mine.
The challenge, Holmes?
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No, We also have the people working at Kew Gardens, Martin Hamish, and the son of the victim, Albert Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No. A few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs. Yes, Watson, it is time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building? I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
Other than
You're
his
enjoying
murder.
this already, aren't you?
More than a little.
Okay. Open up some real quick. Ooh. Okay. Before I go, okay, Montague done. From the soil plants of the last exhibition at Kew Gardens. That is completely going to go to the side, and Holmes is not clear about these plants. In the slightest, and he's probably not going to be worried about the plants at all. I gotta go to the archive. Alright. Exotic stolen plants, exhibit Kew Gardens. Okay. So I'm looking for newspaper, public encyclopedias on plants, I think. Okay, art, ecological, technology, history, medicine, botany. Exotic plants, probably that one. Yep.
Here it is.
Headage. Alright, don't care, we're doing all these first. Next one. Looking for a plant in the backyard. The symbol is not for Kew Gardens. The divine, if I am not mistaken. Okay, so I'm looking for something that has divine in it. I don't think it's going to be papers. Once again, I'm assuming encyclopedias, art and literature. British House of Parliament, no, economic sciences. Already, shut up, I'm not skipping. History, okay, medicine, botany.
That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need. That is not the one I need.
Okay, so research, blood test, operation, toxic metal in hair, where's chlorine, poisons and toxins, hemlock seed, wounds and injuries, martial arts, marks and symbols, here we go.
Here it is. The Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is no address here.
Not yet, I got one more, not yet. Okay, symbol at the flower pot, Kew Garden, the pots did not belong there. Okay, symbol on the flower pot, Kew Garden, the pots did not belong there, okay. Research. Marks and symbols.
That is not the one I... That is not...
Okay, that works.
Here it is.
Okay, now I can... Oh. Headset's running low on battery, so I'm just going to that. Plug it in before it dies. Just making sure everything's charging. Alright, we're good. Everything's charging. Alright. Should be back now. And audio, both mic and audio gameplay are being broadcast. Amazing. Just wait for that to go down. There we go. Alright. Let's see what I need to do. Or, whoop. Okay. I gotta go back to Kew Gardens. Talk to this guy first. Objects of interest, I think,
Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us what happened to the colonial collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
As deputy director, how is your relationship with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression. Great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration his kind of lifestyle.
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating, shall we say. He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was famous for it. That and...
And?
He had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Hamish, can you tell us who holds the keys to the locked greenhouses?
That would be Albert, Mr. Dunn's son. Yes, Albert keeps all the keys, and one can only imagine why.
What do you mean?
Well, he was never interested in Kew Gardens before, and now all of a sudden he is trying to act as if he owns the place. I think he wants to take over the management here. He'd do better to leave that to me. He has no experience. No, none at all.
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
Useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was?
Oh, yes. He forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him. asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure. It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who is such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And why, he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
Tell me, Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than that.
Just realized need something.
Are you aware of the Divine Syndicate?
The Divine what? Is this a joke?
No, I am quite serious.
What a ridiculous name. Anyway, I have never heard of this syndicate.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Make your pots. Clearly you don't run the place either or pay the bills, because apparently they make your pots. So I want to talk to the goddamn manager.
Locked.
Okay, let's go talk to Albert. God, so much dialogue in this one.
Who is Miss Margaret White?
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. She visits here sometimes to help out with the greenhouses. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah, at the moment I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
I imagine that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here. But now, after his death, I've been pondering it over. Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path, and I have to manage Kew Gardens, and I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
Would you please tell us about Martin Hamish, the deputy director?
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the deputy director of Kew Gardens. My father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed? That is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
I suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens, and I cannot say that I share his passion.
I see. And how was his relationship with your father?
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers or at conferences. He was convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for himself. But my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone. Dismissively. With indifference.
Sounds like her father was an asshole.
Tell me, have you ever heard of the Divine Syndicate?
No, I cannot say that I have.
Is that just a dead lead, dead end?
Do you
Waste
hold the
time?
keys to all of these locked doors?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
He's gonna pick it. Okay. Just start with this one. Hey there, Hamish man.
Locked.
Yeah, now we're in.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
Discussing Kew Gardens. I guess it'll kick you out once you find everything. So just. Ooh, right there. Then why did I? No.
A photograph of Montague Dunn and Reynold Hamish.
Yes, I don't understand these locks. Okay.
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
Okay, there we go. La 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 la.
Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste. French wine. A remarkable vintage.
People are what you wanna hear. People are not what you fear. People act weird. I think that's everything in here.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Continue searching the building. Probably go to the seed thing. Or I can find that lady. Or I can find the lady. And get her profile. It's the new one.
Locked. There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory.
Gold dust? Good heavens. What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a botanical garden?
Why not?
Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect a faint scent. We need a good nose.
Oh, gotta go get Kelly. Later.
Locked.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So. think that's the first one. Maybe this. Oh, no, 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 no. There. Oh boy. Yeah.
Open. Martin Hamish's locker.
Sherlock Holmes does not care about privacy.
Martin Hamish studied chemistry. Interesting. A review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces.
Oh.
Father and I. Kew Gardens. Albert's locker. Young Albert, standing with a woman in front of London University. Specialist articles on shipyards and ship construction. Albert Dunn has a great passion for shipbuilding and the sea. A rejection letter from the British Royal Naval College. Miss White's locker.
I haven't met Miss White yet, but I'm definitely getting to know her through her stuff.
These jewels must be worth a small fortune. Apparently, Miss White is a draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents.
It'll kick you out once you get everything.
A vanity purse. It is of high quality.
So she's rich, is she? Are you a rich lady? She's some kind of rich lady. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't care as long as I get him out of here. That'll do. Nothing yet. This is a long one.
This is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
Man, who doesn't have a messy
Phonograph used
desk?
for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a modern laboratory. I don't hear anything. I don't hear anything.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants do respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
study report.
Okay.
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal, yet I remain convinced that some plants do indeed transmit chemical signals in the event of attack.
A study report by Martin Hamish.
Okay. Evidence required. So I gotta find a cylinder somewhere, probably.
Chemicals. A sufficient quantity for some serious experiments.
Alright. This is what this game boils down to, just pointing and clicking on a lot of stuff.
A botany book. This student's book belongs to Albert.
Oh my god, I love the way you do it, man. No.
Such masks are generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals. It appears as though the protective equipment is missing from here.
You found that, remember. It'll kick you out once you find everything, so... It kicks you out once you find everything. Here we go.
Gloves, waterproof aprons, everything one might need for self-protection.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
There we go. So he kicked out. And clearly, I would think, yeah.
Lock.
I'm gonna find her in here, the nursery, but...
These
yeah.
young plants must be delicate if they are kept in the nursery.
Out of the way, Watson.
A thesis written by Martin Hamish. A glasses case. It is empty. This area serves as Martin Hamish's office.
Mr. Hamish.
This poster is for an exhibition that Martin Hamish was directing, but it had nothing to do with Kew Gardens. This certificate belongs to Martin Hamish. He won a horticultural competition.
From search here, but there's a chip missing right there.
I am curious if the marble that we found will fit this place. Here it is. The marble fragment that we found in the Colonial Collection Room is what they have in common. It is a bust of Montague Dunn. The seeds of plant species are stored here.
Oh my god.
Locked. open.
Ooh, finally, Margaret.
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir. And good day to you, too. But...
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
Red hand. Thinks this perfume but poor family. Tells me the perfume is probably a gift, I'm guessing. Come on, where is it? What are we missing here? You stupid. God, what am I missing here? Looking for something that stands out. Oh, not married.
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh, yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
Yeah.
Would you happen to know why part of the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
If people assume you're upset with I'm thinking.
How well did you know Mr. Montague Dunn?
He was a master, a great leader. I saw him almost as a spiritual father.
He had an exceptional nature?
Oh yes, indeed. He was always so active and so optimistic and very nice to me. Although he could behave harshly towards his son.
Why so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
The Divine Syndicate. Does that name mean anything to you, by any chance?
Not at all. But it is a very pretty name.
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. He agreed I might carry out my studies without disturbing him. It is only temporary.
Thank you, miss. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
We got... Well, we do have one more person, but I don't know who that is. Dialogue choice. Albert Dern hopes to join the Navy. I gotta talk to Albert. Hamish, I gotta talk to. I don't know who is probably the guy we haven't met yet. Probably Hamish. Okay. Toby. Okay, well, let's look around here a bit real fast while we're here. While we're here, we might as well, correct? I hate while we're here. I don't like over here.
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room. This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system.
I played this game a while
These
ago.
leather gloves are new and of good quality. They do not appear to have been used.
I do not... I played this game years ago, back when it first came out. I do not remember who killed here in this one. I'm beginning to suspect Margaret, though.
Materials for college study. They belong to Albert. This place serves as Albert's office. A book about ships. Nothing at all to do with plants.
God, yeah. Talking about this mission, this doesn't seem right. Okay, let's see. Okay, so I gotta go talk to Albert and, Hamish. Nursery, went through that already. Go this way. Place is big. Biggest level yet.
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father, so it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn in the nursery.
A bust? Oh, that old thing. Further proof of that outrageous ego of his.
But why in that room in particular?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
It is strange, because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this? Because fragments of rock are not my responsibility.
Evidently. Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall
Alright, let's see what we got. Might as well try to keep it small. Okay. It's a puppy. Here, talk to you. There we go. Mister.
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, young man. We shall...
There's the same four. I keep clicking. Awesome. Let's go get Toby. Oh, another archives. Life of Blood. I gotta go get Toby anyway. What the fuck is Toby? Let's do this first. I don't know where that dog is. Alright, a member of the Divine Syndicate, President Q Gardens, I mentioned. Okay, the case of June 14, 1889. Back. It's new paper. 1889. Newspapers, scandal, syndicate.
Here it is. And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn.
While we're here, I want to get the Toby part out of the way. So where's that dog? What's
Someone should take Toby for a walk. Have you found something interesting?
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens.
Kew Gardens.
Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance. Search, Toby. Search.
He's a dog, not because he loves the dog. He's a dog because it helps him with cases. He is a dog out of necessity, not out of need, not out of want. Not because he wants a dog. He is a dog because it is, for his purposes, a tool.
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found. This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes. A tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
Analysis, I gotta go to the table. Before I go back to Baker Street, I wanna go to...
If I go there, Toby will wait for me in the cab.
Where is she taking Toby back? Is she taking Toby back? It is an ugly dog.
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us. Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock...
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance, do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcome you are. To introduce myself I shall. I am the Green Grand Mystic.
The Green Grand Mystic? Himself?
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
Get it done. This is our last suspect. Tattoo. Awesome. Oh, he's got a goatee. Can I take note of that? Fingertip calluses. Awesome. He's a hard worker. Palm injury, acid burn, chemical practice. Ah, cool. That was quick.
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate, glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it, yes.
We visited Kew Gardens, and we found your symbols on their flower pots.
Coincidence, I am thinking. They would scavenge our refuse. It would not surprise me.
It was merely an observation. Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Symbol on a broken pot.
Our God King's name is Treewan, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh la, good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation can you make whenever you so wish.
Thank you so much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
But of course.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
Okay, that's everyone there. Okay, find use. Alright, gotcha. What? Oh, over here. Okay.
A fragment of a flower pot. Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. The Kew Gardens symbol.
Alright. So, yeah. Shaman keys here.
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of. This is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
How about you?
Osmosis and photosynthesis.
Okay.
This must be Treewan, the Divine Syndicate's god.
It's a religion. He stumbled upon
This door is
religion.
locked, but I can try to open it.
Don't. Ooh. Yeah, just skip it. I got the puzzle trophy. Just skip it.
These instruments are used for smoking opium.
It's opium. That's what the... Okay.
This cabinet is full of chemicals.
Chemicals.
They are the same as the ones we found in the laboratory at Kew Gardens.
Objects of interest, gotcha.
That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments. A vast amount of opium.
Kitty smells like a kitty, kitty smells like a kitty. I did that already, I needed something cool. I need you to smell like your pretty mommy too.
Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants. Let's take them. A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
Okay.
These 3 plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them.
It's happening a lot. You feel like you're like it's happening. It's happening. It's happening. Your looks like it's happening.
A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. 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 The list of plant friends and benefactors, lawyers, well-known manufacturers, political leaders.
Yeah, it's a freaking, it's not a, what's it called? It's a religion. Cult. Cult carries a negative, Go talk to this guy.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy they are.
Where?
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy they are.
Okay.
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search? Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his greenfly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
It doesn't care about plants. Wish the word to stop moving. There we go. Okay. Alright, now we have a choice. Stole everything. Partial theft. All but the deadly plants from the exhibition. Saying they just immediately came clean about the theft, I really doubt they did it. So I'm more saying it's a partial theft. Well, I'm going for all the answers first off. The first one I find is going to be what I think genuinely happened. I don't know the answer. It's motive, okay. Because I don't have a choice. Motive, don't have a choice. Good, alright. I have not found the point yet, but I do have some objects of interest. I can go perform an analysis. I can go perform an analysis on a egg. So I can go back to Maker Street. And I can go tell them all that it's found as well as plants. Just look at Toby. They didn't animate him. They didn't animate Toby in the cab. The dog just sits there. It's funny. Okay.
Let us determine just what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to perform an analysis.
Need a pipette.
This is the bottle that we found hidden at Kew Gardens. Let us use a pipette to take a sample of the liquid and fill a test tube.
Mm-hmm. Can we fill with opium? Okay.
A colorless, water-based liquid. Quite a strong floral aroma.
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens. Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water, with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you. I need to take a pipette and make several drops of the reagent.
No, I'll do it.
Red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory. According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our experiment, we will need fertilizer and food. Caterpillars should do nicely.
Evidence acquired. I got the caterpillars, so I gotta go back to Kew Gardens. What we got here? I gotta go do some dialogue courses anyway. There we go. So, back to the gardens. I'll be here until this game is platinum. I have two others after this. Oh, someone's here. Amazing. I probably won't stay long. They don't usually do. This game's boring, but I felt like playing it. Gotta find a deadly plant.
Just be careful with the plants during your inspection.
He doesn't care that I found the killing.
Excuse me, but I have to tidy up this room.
Alright. Ah, dude. Yeah, this mic sucks. But oh well. Wish I had my other mic would work better, but whatever.
Poor Mr. Montague Dunn. It is so awful.
Yeah, I'm looking for deadly plants, though. So it's like... Why would anyone want to watch?
From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room.
Yeah. Oh, what was that? Talk, Margaret. Yeah, it's not worth it. Alright. Why would anyone want to watch this game? This game's like 6 years old. Oh, what was that?
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window. An award presented to Martin Hamish for Best Grower of the Year.
Sure paid for it.
A master's degree diploma. It belongs to Martin Hamish.
Congratulations, dude. Congratulate him.
Just be careful with the plants during your inspection.
I don't want that. Evidence required. I'm looking for a tube that I can't find. And I'm freaking look for a plant. I don't know where freaking is. Like a deadly plant. But it's like I don't know which one I'm looking for. So they had caterpillars at the other place. Maybe it's at the other freaking place. Or the Divine Syndicate. I'll talk to this guy.
Follow my path, and better you will feel.
Yeah, I gotta find the deadly plants. Dogs and dogs. Follow my path and better you shall feel.
This substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens. Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment.
Oh my god, it's so frustrating. Okay.
I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing a toxic vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done. I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all optimistic to have dinner this evening, then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask. This It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid. This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. How interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism. I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating. This It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it. How interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism. I am interested in what might occur if the... This plant seems to have had no reaction from the caterpillars. It toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary. The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions.
Mm-mm. Lack of experience. She's considered very good. I do think she could have done it. Yeah. So Albert done. I want to watch it. Just see what he says. It's not correct, but I want
It
to
was
see
Albert who caused the death of his father. It was an act of desperation to end years of misery and humiliation. Poor boy.
You're right, Holmes. He was also a victim. He'll live the rest of his life with the death of his father on his conscience.
And that is enough. The case is closed, Watson. Officially, Montague Dunn died of a heart attack.
Oh, yeah, that's not correct, and I have 16 of 22 clues. Okay, so we're going to choose another ending. Yeah. There we go. Oh, I'm going for it. I don't really care. Why would someone click on this? It's freaking old. Man, the Divine Syndicate out there. I gotta really keep going. 6 more clues. Good people.
Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
What were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Then I returned to my desk to complete some paperwork. Suddenly I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around 10:30, for I was late that morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
You there?
Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious? Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of Lysa something, or Lear Pontus, or... No, wait. Ah, these Latin names. And I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
No.
Yes. He came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White, what were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh, my God.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Oh, okay, let's continue. What should we doing? What should we doing, man? Oh, man.
water lily greenhouse.
Water lily greenhouse. I gotta go talk to the lady.
Dry tropics.
Dry tropics.
Seed house.
Wanna talk to you, city of AI to see if she committed murder. Okay.
Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing upon the day of his death?
I can, but there is nothing very special to say. I was in the laboratory when I saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me. Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house.
I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the roll?
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number 320.
Thank you, miss.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
Well, we're not done yet. I gotta go to the laboratory. We're not done yet. I gotta go to the laboratory. Wrong way. Out of my way. Out of my way, Watson. Come on, Watson. Yeah. Oh my god. Out of my way. There we go. Ugh.
Here it is.
These plants, classified as shrubs or grasses, have adapted to their arid environment due to a system of underground roots.
This recording seems very long. It is unnecessary to listen to all of it. Miss White was in the laboratory, as she told us.
Hmm? What? Okay. Stumbles.
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system. The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
All right, Holmes.
Stupid Holmes.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
You don't know position on, okay.
The power is on. The engine has started. The ventilation system is working.
I gotta make my way all the way back to Watson. Alright.
Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one.
I know where it's at. It's in here. God, I love those. Oh, in game.
We can see the...
Just click it.
Perfect. Now I just need to find Watson to check the result.
It works perfectly, Holmes. Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out, by activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
No, yeah, it's not Albert. Hamish's opportunity. Yeah, it's not Albert. It's clearly not Albert. Yeah. What? Okay, before we freaking arrest a man, before, let's check the conclusions here. Okay, we have the following three must be obtained before activating opportunity node just below to the right. The following must be obtained before activating. Oh my god, damn it. Oh. Okay, that's frustrating. Let's get back on. Switch to P. Okay, headset's back on. There we go. We're done is the killer. Okay, Deadly Syndicate killer. Miss White is the killer. Okay, so I got. Freaking pisses me off. Freaking pisses me off. Could you show me freaking. Okay, I'll be right back. That's frustrating. It is freaking frustrating. The following 3 deductions cannot be obtained before activating Hamish's opportunity node, which is this one, which I just activated. Deadly Syndicate are the killers. That's a frustrating. That is so. Oh, it's freaking frustrating. Oh god. Freaking frustrating. Okay. What's this one called?
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Stole everything. Okay. I do have here, so over here. Cancel. They have theft and murder. Stole everything. Sham. Okay, so we could, yep. Oh, it's so frustrating. I can't finish this one. I gotta come back to it and play it all over again. That is so freaking frustrating. Fine, continue on. Let's involve, yeah. No, it's gonna be that. This one's gotta change. Partial theft, here we go. Arrest them. There's Scout's Yard. Oh, it's freaking frustrating. I'm gonna come back to this and play this all on over again, just for that one conclusion. Locked to, I think I got it off the Lestrade.
Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Very good. I shall wait to hear from you.
Nice. Taking fast screening. Well, no one's here. Need some Lunchables.
Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
What are the other endings that I can do? Oh, so freaking frustrating. Complex Mind, Keen Observer. I am getting though tonight. I'm not. I'm going to keep playing until this goes. If I gotta be on for freaking 20 hours, so be it. I'm getting it tonight. I'm getting this freaking trophy tonight. What are the other ones? Is the killer? This one will stay checked on the deduction board for the rest. There's no accomplice. Albert is the accomplice. This White is the accomplice. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Holmes, my God! Yes, we found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
Back to Scotland Yard? I think so. That's the last cracker. It's a freaking
Locked.
oh man. Oh, come on. Oh, you freaking... Are you kidding me? Oh, I'm just forgetting. This is going to take a lot longer than I initially thought it was going to. And it kind of freaking pisses me off. God damn it! Thank you. I was expecting this to take like 3 hours max, but it's not gonna happen. It's gonna take a while. Oh my. I'll turn the master volume down a bit. It is a little loud. I'm only 2.5 hours late on doing that, but yeah, I'll turn the master volume down a bit. Down to like 30. It's good. Here we go. Wait, Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Holmes? What are you doing here? Go home. Mr. Holmes is working.
Holmes, don't look at me like that. I don't know what to think about all this.
I don't know where the body's kept. Freaking where? Human at reserve. Need a map. Oh, I'm sitting here until it's freaking completed. That's for goddamn sure. Reserve. Farmhouse, yes, weapons, QIC, ventilation, 2000 AC, reserve for, okay. So, it's, gotcha. That, the first goddamn room that I was in, I ran to probably the farthest. Means if I turned around, the body was probably right there. Come on. Literally right next to him, I didn't see it.
The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case.
Okay, kid, I want to find everything. I just gotta find everything. Oh, nope.
Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
I just freaking thought of
Let
why.
us analyze the facts and statements,
Okay.
so that we may recreate the events of that morning.
Okay. Sub events. Event timeline. Okay. Martin and Hamish went to meet Dunn in the Seed Home. Okay. Just get them on the timeline. I'll start here. Yellow. Yellow. Blue. Blue. Or just skip, yeah. Because this is freaking boring.
Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
Okay. Not involved. Still say not involved. So I stayed alone. Okay, okay. Okay. We should have known this one I'm at. Okay. Let's condemn him. No. Whitehead time. Number not involved. Okay, conclusions 1, 2, 3. See, there's one. Should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it was 7. 1 I know I can't get. So, Dunn is the killer. White killed Dunn. Albert killed Dunn. We got those. Martin Hamish is the killer. This one was. Oh, okay. There's only 6. Gotcha. And because he's the killer, this stays checked to grab this. Gotcha. So we're good. White is the killer. Here, we're gonna dissolve her. Come back for it.
But Holmes, how can you be certain that we'll find Miss White here?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your brain.
I am using it. I do use it.
Now that the rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining, the deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her, quietly.
Whatever are you planning?
Nothing spectacular. The impulses of women have always been a mystery to me. But she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right. You can count on me, Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
I am not blaming you, Miss White. You are a young and brilliant woman, trapped in a dull and hostile world. Life has never been easy, men in particular.
You... It is hopeless.
Indeed. Well, it may be true that I cannot yet change the world, but I can spare your life.
My life. There is nothing left to save. I have lost everything. Do you hear me? Everything! And you were just like all the others. You would abuse and take advantage of a vulnerable woman.
I hardly think so. Now just listen to me.
I've tried so hard, but I have had enough.
Miss White, no!
Shoot it out of her hand, Watson.
I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
God, freaking... I'm saving her. I want to save her.
This is tragic.
Because I was just not expecting it. That was the correct one, right? 22 out of 22. Choose another ending. Yes. I'm doing that again. I'm gonna save her. Solve. Yes. My puppy. I'm gonna burn through the freaking dialogue choices. Burn through those freaking dialogue choices, man. I'm just gonna burn through that. Burn through them, man.
I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Well done, Watson. She was not faking.
Miss White, you have no right to take your own life.
Dr. Watson? Did you just save me? Or worse?
Absolve Miss White. I accept the decision as that. Huffman Walk, from what I saw, there's 3 endings with this. So far I do have all the correct endings. I gotta go back and get 2 more. One from the first case, and one from the 5th case that I
Where are
just
you going,
played.
Holmes? Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson.
We have? Where to?
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet.
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu. Sounds mouth-watering.
All right. We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson to our annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen rat head salad. Is this a joke?
Not at all. Pray continue.
Main course, sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's way. Ah, sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. Street turnips in homemade juice. And it goes on.
Ah, I can hear them on the stairs now.
Oh, we can't go there. We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have to go.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes!
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. You don't look well, my young man. Is there something wrong? Don't tell me the dinner is cancelled.
Mr. Holmes, it's my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's killed 2 men. You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, because I know he didn't do it.
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, they took him to the yard, and they gave him a good beating already. You know what they're like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
Holmes, we have to help him.
And forget about the dinner? Wiggins, I'll take the case.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes. I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. You'll be there, right? It's on Half Moon Street in Whitechapel.
Very well.
Mr. Holmes. Alright, let's see what we got. Alright, how many freaking people we got here to look at? 3? That's not too bad. I guess Leighton's gonna be 1. Then we got 2 others. Alright. Yeah, so far I've solved everybody. I got 1 left to absolve. I'll have 2 out of the 3.
My archive.
Yeah, let's go do it. Alright. Let's start by going to Half Moon Street. Go get all the information we can before we go interrogate Leighton. Okay. Ooh, there we go. That was quick. What? Okay. There, I think I... That is really freaking dark. Okay. Here we go.
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now. Oh, Mr. Holmes, is that you?
Good evening, Constable...
Constable Marrow. I was here with Inspector Aberline during the Ripper case, Mr. Holmes, back in '88. But then this is nothing like that case. With this one, we've got the murderer, the weapon, and the statements, which speak for themselves.
Of course, Marrow. But you know that appearances can sometimes be deceiving. Who were the victims?
The two men here, both shot. The stud fellow was Brian Vercotti, a well-known ruffian. The other, Kenneth Butler, a jeweller by trade.
You spoke of statements. You have witnesses?
Well, I was there, so I gave my own statement. And then there were two other witnesses who said they saw the killer Chapman. Mr. Turner, a gentleman who lives in that flat over there. And Polly Powell, a flower seller, who was over at the far side of the street.
The shoe's bothering me a bit. Testimony.
So, Constable Marrow, I should be delighted to hear your testimony.
I was standing at the north side of Half Moon Street. That was the side that you came from.
But you would have been unable to observe this part of the street, where we are standing now.
That is correct. But I saw the two victims slowly enter Half Moon Street, and then shortly after, the fireworks started. A few minutes after that, the fellow Chapman rushed towards me and ran into Half Moon Street.
Please continue.
I didn't pay attention, but suddenly I heard a woman's cries and police whistles on the other side of Half Moon Street. I rushed over there and I saw the two dead bodies on the ground. When I reached Whitechapel Street, I saw Leighton Chapman. He'd been caught by two police constables.
Did you hear the shots?
I didn't hear any shots. The fireworks were all over the sky. They were so loud I couldn't hear anything else.
What were the fireworks in honor of, Constable?
Well, today's Queen Victoria's birthday, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I appear to have lost track of the days. It is May now, of course. Constable Marrow, what else caught your attention while you were running through Half Moon Street?
I saw nothing but rats, and I took the time to light every corner with my lamp.
Did you happen to look up at Mr. Turner's window when you were on Half Moon Street at that time?
Yes, I saw that the window was open, but no one was there. It was dark in the room.
Constable, your statements have been of great value to me. The bullet struck his head. This man didn't stand a chance. A piece of wood that has stuck between the cobblestones. Let us take a closer look.
It's like a cane.
This shard of wood is quite new. This is an ordinary key. I wonder what kind of door it opens. He tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. Death was not instant. The bullet penetrated his stomach, a dreadful wound. A tattoo from Westgate Prison. Vercotti must have done some time there. Brian Vercotti suffered greatly. What a terrible way to die. Good evening, Mr. Turner.
I heard Constable Marrow reply to you as Mr. Holmes. Are you that detective gentleman? I've heard of you. And, well, I know things about this evening.
Excellent. Might we hear your story? Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
I was already in bed when the fireworks started. Well, near this body.
Did he notice you?
I don't think so. He rushed towards Whitechapel Street without looking around.
Before I missed the chance. Another.
Mr. Turner, did you see anyone else in the street?
No, I saw no one but that man, the murderer, the fellow they caught.
Were the two shots you heard consecutive?
Yes, there was a very short pause between them, and they sounded different somehow. It seemed to me that the second shot was louder than the first.
That is an interesting comment. Mr. Turner, what were your actions after you stepped up to the window?
I was afraid that the man with a gun might return, so I stayed close to the window till I saw the policeman coming in the Half Moon from Whitechapel. Then I walked out to tell them everything I saw.
You have helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner.
Thank you.
I'll do anything to save my brother, Mr. Holmes.
Mrs. Powell?
What do you want?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the crime that took place this evening.
Well, I've already gave my testimony, but very well.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
Yes. I was selling my flowers as usual, and then the fireworks began, in honour of Queen Victoria. I enjoyed those. But then, all of a sudden, a young lad ran out of Half Moon Street and stopped just by me. He had a gun in his hand. He was like a ghost, and all covered in blood. It was dark, but I could see him, because of the flashes from the fireworks.
And then?
I screamed as loud as I could. I knew that a policeman should be on duty in the vicinity. He had no time to escape. 2 constables got him. Then another constable came out from the very same street, and I heard him talking of a horrible murder.
Mrs. Powell, did you hear the gunshots?
I'm not sure. You know, what with the fireworks?
Did you see anyone else leaving Half Moon Street, prior to or at the time of the crime?
No, sir, I did not. Even with all the fireworks, I was very attentive, as I'm always on the lookout for customers.
My thanks to you, Mrs. Powell.
Okay. Mr. House.
Locked.
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 This mirror is turned towards Half Moon Street.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard?
Mr. Turner, you have stated that you remained close by your window after the crime, is that correct?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies.
That is very interesting, Mr. Turner. Constable Marrow stated that he did not see anyone at the window when he was running through Half Moon Street.
Well, I think Constable Marrow and me, we might have been distracted by the whistles and shouts coming from Whitechapel. We could have missed each other somehow. You understand what I mean? It was a bit of a stressful moment, to tell you the truth,
sir.
Allow me to form my own theories, Mr. Turner. Would you mind showing me the view that you had from your window?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. Please, follow me.
Mr. Turner appears to live very modestly. This fire is dying out. It was last tended to over an hour ago. The papers are almost entirely burned. I am unable to see what's written here. These words are illegible. The papers were thrown into the fire just a short while ago. The books on this shelf are in a mess. It looks as though Mr. Turner was trying to find something in a hurry here a short while ago. A perfect match. So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it became stuck between the cobblestones. He did not mention that he was so near to the victims.
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
This kitchen knife is quite sharp. There are pieces of shredded paper scattered over the table. his kitchen knife was used to cut the paper. So, that's the view Mr. Turner had when he opened the window. The dead body of Kenneth Butler. Brian Vercotti's contorted corpse. Mr. Turner had a perfect view of the crime scene. He saw the bodies clearly, and Leighton Chapman standing over them.
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Holmes, whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening and accused of a double murder.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Or are there any new facts that we don't know about?
Who knows, Inspector?
Look, you are free to investigate, of course, Mr. Holmes. Chapman was arrested with a revolver in his possession, which you can find in the evidence room. The suspect himself is in custody.
Did you find anything else on his person?
A few personal belongings. Nothing particular, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Lestrade. So this is the gun that Leighton was holding when he was caught by the police. It is a Webley revolver, a reliable weapon. It seems as though the shells were not removed from the cylinder. Two out of the 6 shells have been fired. There were 2 shots. A cheap watch, bought with his own money, no doubt. These cigarettes are filled with cheap tobacco. Nothing interesting.
Go talk to him.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
Who are you? I've got nothing to say. It's all a mistake.
Calm down, Leighton. I have come here to help you. To find out if you truly are innocent, as your younger brother Wiggins has told me.
My brother? You know him? Then that means you're...
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, blimey. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell you everything.
Good. Tell me your account of what happened.
I left my work and I hurried up to see the fireworks in Whitechapel. I was late, so I decided to cut through Half Moon Street. I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then suddenly, what with all the firework flare, I saw two men. They were both lying flat in the middle of the street. I stopped where I was. I thought about turning back to the police, but as I was thinking of that, I saw a third person. He was leaning over the body that was furthest from me. The second I saw him, he raised his head and he stared at me. In a flash, I saw his gun, but he made a dash for it instead and he escaped through Whitechapel Street.
So you might still have had time to return to the constable.
I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Anyway, I approached the bodies just to see if they were still alive. I saw that one had blood pumping out of his stomach. He was dying. It was horrible. The second one was already dead. He had a hole in his head. He was holding a gun in his hand, though. I took it, and then I followed the third man.
Interesting. Pray, continue.
I turned a corner, and I saw the man standing in the middle of the street. He seemed to be in some sort of panic. And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I told the police and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But then I was blinded by a flash. It was so bright that I hardly saw anything for a good dozen seconds. But I kept running forward. As I arrived in Whitechapel, I heard a woman screaming. And then I was caught by the police. But there wasn't a trace of that man. Of course, then they found a gun and all that blood. I couldn't see the murderer escaping and all that mess. Perhaps I was still half-blinded at that moment.
A thrilling account, my young man. Leighton, are you able to describe the person whom you saw standing in Half Moon Street?
Well, I wasn't able to see his face at all. It was too dark, and he was too far away. I could see his silhouette.
And what about that?
Nothing so special. He was wearing a jacket. He was quite average in size and his weight.
I see. Was there anything else that struck you at the time?
No. But perhaps... It's strange, but I can't remember the sound of his footsteps as he was running away. Perhaps it was because of the fireworks or the surprise of me seeing him.
Leighton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should a young lad like you take a gun from the hands of a dead man and set off in pursuit of a probable killer?
I know. I keep wondering that, but at the time it was like a reflex. A criminal ought to be arrested, and he was armed.
You were willing to risk your life. That was a little foolish, unless you wanted revenge.
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have recognized one of the victims, Brian Vercotti. You knew that gentleman well, did you not?
However could you know that?
You have a typical tattoo of the Westgate Brotherhood upon your hand. I observed exactly the same mark upon Mr. Vercotti. You came to know him from your sharing a past prison sentence. Am I correct, Mr. Chapman?
Oh, God. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Would you tell me a little about Brian Vercotti?
We were convicted for a robbery. Once in prison, both of us joined one of these fraternities. During that year, we tried to help each other out, you know?
You were quite young then, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen a pound of meat. After we were released, and when I saw what my little brother had become, I decided to work towards living an honest life.
And Vercotti?
He had a hard time. His sister had died in a Whitechapel dispensary while he was in prison. He had no family anymore. Our paths split. He fell back into crime.
So you lost him?
Yes. And for around 2 years, I heard no news of him at all.
We shall see you soon, young man.
Alright, awesome. It's so not correct, but you can. Like, can I get the trophy if I watch this? Okay. It's so not correct, but can I get the trophy if I watch
Chapman, you did commit a double murder in Half Moon Street. It was due to a long-held grudge against one of your victims, Brian Vercotti. However, your brother Wiggins came to me. He needs you as much as you need him. I have faith that you will not err again, so I have decided that you shall avoid a harsher fate.
But no! It didn't happen like that!
We have solid evidence, Chapman. You cannot deny it. A crime is a crime, but Mr. Holmes has convinced us to ease your sentence. Don't make us regret it.
Mr. Holmes! But you promised to save him!
Well, I think I only get it if I accept, but I'm not doing it. Yeah, that's only half. Choose another ending. You could just end it real quick. It'd be a complete jackass, but oh well. I'll actually go for the correct ending, which is going to take a while. One more. What do I got to do next? Possible crossfire, blah blah blah. Talk to Mr. Turner and check the view from his flat. Okay, I gotta go back to Turner. Yeah. Nope, it's the wrong way. This way. Very much a story-driven game. This is not fast-paced at all.
What's up with you, lad? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for my brother to be released.
Your brother?
The one that you caught, beat up and imprisoned.
Oh.
The murderer.
He ain't killed no one, copper.
Watch your mouth, lad, else you'll be joining that worthless brother of yours.
I need to be rude, man. I gotta... Oh, wait. Okay. Alright.
A fairly long pole with a forked end. I am unable to see any higher. I need to find something to lift my lamp.
Yeah. There we go. Oh.
This should be useful.
Here we go.
This
Right
is most
there.
definitely a bullet hole. The
Yes,
brick
yes.
cracks are fresh. Watson, there was a third shot fired in this street.
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
Hmm. I don't know what else I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, hold on. Right.
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
Okay, sort of your story, man. That I don't like. Okay. I just sort out a story. Talked.
Constable Marrow, I would value your assistance in this investigation.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Holmes.
I would like to make sure that there are no places in Half Moon Street where a man could hide while you were running through it with your lamp.
All right, Mr. Holmes, what should I do?
Take your lamp and start walking, just as you did before, and try to find me.
Understood. I shouldn't look for Mr. Holmes here. He's hiding in Half Moon Street. I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
It is obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard? Is he all right?
I'm sitting here till this is done.
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
Find the flare gun. Oh my god. Okay.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
Locked.
Such a young man, and already a murderer.
Oh my god. I'm all freaking upset. Shut up. Okay, let's see. Talk to Turner and check the view from his flat. There should be something to explain. Okay. Do the puppy smell? Why do they smell? Puppy smell, the puppy does it smell? I'm missing something big here, man. Oh,
Mr. Turner was roused from his bed by the sound of gunshots.
Okay. Here we go. Alright, so P1. Cut the papers with knife. Threw them in. Open the window. Watch sequence. Okay, so 1, 2. No. Reset. Okay, so it had to be got up from bed. No. Okay. Open the window. He approached the body. He fucking placed the broken stick. Cut papers with knife. Threw something into the fire.
So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found on Kenneth Butler's body. The question is, what did he find? I can see prints from greasy fingers upon the cover of this book. Let us take a closer look. Well now, what a find! A precious jewel, concealed inside a book. A bracelet with a unique ram's head design, a distinctive feature of ancient Grecian artifacts, probably of the Hellenistic era. Mr. Turner, how would it be possible for a man of advanced years, such as yourself, to rush from his bed to the window in a matter of seconds, as you have stated?
Well, I'm able to move very quickly, despite my age, and when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. I observe that you suffer a severe limp due to your injured right leg. It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something or someone in Half Moon Street during that time.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I could have missed something. But it did seem to me that everything happened so quickly. Oh, time can pull tricks on you.
And what of everything else that you told us? Mr. Turner, it is vital that we have your complete and true statement.
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere. Mr. Holmes, I I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
Mr. Turner, you were not sincere with me. Not then, and not now.
But Mr. Holmes...
This, Mr. Turner, does not look like anything that a poor man might possess. It is worth more than the home that you live in.
I can explain.
No, merely correct me if I am wrong. You saw Leighton Chapman through the window, but you also noticed a glittering object on the ground, this precious jewel. You walked down and took the bracelet from the body of Kenneth Butler, and when you heard the whistles, you hurried away. That broke your walking stick. It caught fast between the cobbles. Constable Marrow was unable to see you in the window as you were climbing up the stairs on your way back to your flat. Upon returning home, you hid the precious jewel inside a book.
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. I didn't do anything bad. I'm just a poor man. When I chanced upon the bracelet, I saw it as an opportunity to make a little money. I was desperate. I only took the bracelet, that's all, I swear.
You made a mistake by lying to me. But you are not a criminal. I believe that. Although I must return this bracelet to its rightful owner.
That's why it's better to stay at home at night.
Archives. Not. No, I don't like to walk away with bullshit. I'm just curious how shit like this fit. I don't know.
I need to continue my research in my archives. That is not the one I need. 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 One of the victims, Kenneth Butler, was involved in the story of the stolen Hellenistic treasures. A visit to his pawn shop should tell me more.
Like the twiddle a finger. You ever do that? Just twiddle a little finger.
Mr. Butler's key matches the lock perfectly.
I'm not sure what you got here, sir. Is that the guy from the first? Oh no. Maybe.
This is exactly what we need in order to imitate the flash of the fireworks.
Oh, I gotta use.
The ram's heads. This necklace belongs to the 5 Rams of Mittelin collection. Interesting. That means that Kenneth Butler owned a part of this collection all this time, 10 years after the theft. It looks as though Mr. Butler kept a careful record of his operations.
Next puppy get next. Like smell, we smell super bad. Okay, before I straight up miss it, give me a second. Because of robbery? Okay. Burglary motive. Double murder work. Simultaneous shots. Firing position. Robbery. Okay. Let's condemn him this time, though. Yeah. I'm gonna go out and try to find the correct one. I don't want to condemn him. See what Wiggins does when I condemn his brother to death.
So, Mr. Chapman, you committed a murder with only one purpose: to obtain a set of valuable antiques.
What? No, that's nonsense.
The only question that remains: where is the missing ring?
I don't know. I didn't do it.
You are a clever one. Do you think that this secret will spare you the gallows or prison for life?
Mr. Holmes, but you promised to save him.
Oh, we just killed him. That's funny. That is freaking funny. I'm gonna end the game right now. Choose another ending. It's wrong, clearly, but it. Mr. Holmes! Oh, you're killing me, brother, Mr. Holmes!
These tools are exactly what I need to climb the wall.
Yeah, that works. Alrighty. I gotta go talk to Constable Narrow again. Turned into the gang we were talking about at the start of the game. Can't think of it. Dang, it was though right now.
Why are you looking at me all the time like that?
I'm just watching you, lad. I never know what to expect from people like you.
People like me?
Yes, street beggars and thieves.
I ain't a thief.
Oh, no? Then where did you get whatever it is that you're gnawing on? I very much doubt that you bought it.
What ain't seen can't hardly be stolen.
Constable Marrow, Watson, I would like to perform another kind of reenactment with your help.
I'm listening, Mr. Holmes.
I want to check if Leighton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin air at a specific moment.
But Holmes, I don't see how.
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Leighton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him before he was blinded by the flash. Watson, you will be Leighton. When I fire the signal flare, you should start to chase me.
I understand, Holmes.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5 seconds after the signal flare. I doubt that Polly Powell would have screamed any earlier.
As you say, Mr. Holmes.
Let us begin, then. Catch me if you can. The moon illuminates this wall. Anyone trying to climb it would be easily spotted by Constable Marrow. This wall is cast in shadow. It would be difficult to see anyone scaling it.
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there?
I should try climbing faster.
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there? Where is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that. Holmes? Holmes? Where are you?
I cannot see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Don't worry, gentlemen. I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
I am using crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave any traces of such tools. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you. The door to the building can be found from Whitechapel Street.
Gentlemen, I am on my way down.
This is the back door of the building with the attic floor that you required, Mr. Holmes.
These shards of glass are from the window above. A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope. Someone broke through the window to get inside the attic, but in his haste he ripped his jacket. We can conclude that the person whom Leighton saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch.
Gentlemen.
I suppose that I shall have to move my stool now.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother?
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, let's see what we got here. Let's see where we're at. I gotta go to Baker Street. I gotta go to Baker Street. It's so simple. Baker Street. Baker Street. I don't think I picked the guy yet. I don't think I met the murderer yet.
Let us take a closer look. It is not a thread, but a hair. I very much doubt that it is human. I need to compare this sample with a human hair and a horse hair. A shaving brush is usually made from horsehair. Watson, could you please pass me your shaving brush?
Here you are.
Hello, Toby. Wiggins is currently at Half Moon Street.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
Hello, chicken. I talked to Wiggins.
Wiggins, my lad, what are you doing here? You'd best be leaving and be quick about it.
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more by watching Mr. Holmes. He knows exactly what he's doing. Not like you.
Oi, watch your tongue.
Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you, Wiggins. The investigation has proven very interesting so far. We found facts and details that confirm your brother's innocence.
I knew it, Mr. Holmes.
But for now, Wiggins, we need your help.
Anything you like, Gov.
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London. It needs to have disposed of at least one exotic animal, a very large one.
You can count on me, Mr. Holmes.
I do hope that those children don't get into trouble, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. I predict some news in 7 seconds.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
And this is a young Indian elephant, the highlight of the show. Duval Brothers, a well-known travelling circus that is currently stopped in London. I believe that is exactly the type of circus we are looking for. I'll pay it a visit.
Hey, you! Stop right there.
Good morning, sir. Pardon me, but why am I not allowed to walk around here?
Because it's private.
Well, I only wanted to meet the artistes.
Hmm? You're wanting to apply for... Nah, you don't look like the type of, artistic lockpicker that we're looking for.
You might be surprised.
What? Nah, I don't think so. Clear off. You're a bit slow to catch on, eh? Get lost.
spectacles are unpopular among thugs. I don't want to arouse suspicion. A map of London and the surrounding area. I'd better wear a shabby hat. A map of London. I would be easily recognized without facial hair.
It's a beard, man.
Stay where you are. What are you doing here, and where is Sherlock Holmes?
Calm down, Watson. Take deep breaths now. It's me.
Oh, thank God, Holmes. I can't get used to your disguises.
Thank you, Watson. That means I am ready to go.
Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Nigel. I'm here to open the locks.
Talented, eh? Let's see. Go inside the marquee and show yourself to Charles Foley. And I'd highly advise you not to trick him. Got that?
I've got it.
Let's go. Barkley, Mr. Charles Barkley.
So, everything is here, just as you asked. And what about the money?
Some of the barrels are wet.
Transportation issues, it couldn't be helped.
Whatever. We'll be here after midnight to pick up the supplies.
I want to be paid first.
No. You'll be paid after we make the transfer, as I said.
Right.
I hope that no one saw you. The police are on the lookout.
Of course not. I'm a professional.
Glad to hear it. Be ready for tonight, then.
This wooden barrel is damaged. It is difficult to say what is inside. There is a spot on this barrel that was intentionally painted out. The crest of the Honourable Artillery Company. Could it be gunpowder? I need to be sure. Judging by the fractions and the scent, I can confirm that it is, in fact, gunpowder. The barrels are roughly clustered. It seems as though they were brought here in a hurry.
Why do dogs do this? Why do dogs do this?
This printing press is old, but still quite capable of printing hundreds of pages per day. There are enough posters to paste across half of London's walls. That's a picture of a contemporary gentleman wearing a Robin Hood hat. Interesting. From lambs into lions. Those are words of encouragement and defiance. This poster was clearly made to fire up rebellion amongst the people. Powder kegs, a printing press, and a great many blank papers. All of this was stolen by the Merry Men quite recently. And these poster samples. I am quite sure it is not a coincidence. The Merry Men are planning some sort of sabotage.
Stop right there. Who are you?
Are you Charles Foley?
Maybe.
They say that I can open any door.
Do they now? We'll see that lock near the chains on a table over there. Open that. Are you still tampering with that lock? Ah, well, they're right. What's your name?
Nigel Shirley, from York.
Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me? Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher Foley, in prison. He told me all about his betrayal and all about you. Before I was released, he told me that you might find a job for me one day and pay me some money for me craft.
Well, he died. 7 days ago, in prison.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. The traitor has paid the blood price for it. And you'll do the job anyway, because I need a talented lockpicker. I know just where to search for his legacy.
It's all about the Hellenistic treasures, isn't it?
Osh, you fool. Now, listen up. You'll come with us tonight, and you better mind yourself.
Us? Wait, who's coming then?
Billy, Jack and me.
And what will I get for that?
We'll share the loot. The one you seem to know about.
Right.
Wait for us at the abandoned manor house on a corner of Ladbroke Grove and Kensington Park Road at midnight.
Deal. Here I am at the manor. Somewhere inside it are the Hellenistic treasures. This lock is quite old. It shouldn't be much of a challenge.
I don't wanna. Just skip. I don't wanna.
I need to find where the safe is hidden and lockpick it. This cupboard is an absolute mess. Several books have fallen from the shelves. It seems as though this cupboard can be moved. I'll give it a try.
First place I looked. Right.
So, that's the lock I must open tonight. Let me see.
Okay. No, that's correct. That's it.
What a surprise! Another lock. And I won't be able to pick it. I recall that precious key around Foley's neck. It might prove a decent fit. I suppose they hired me to only open the first lock. Let us wait for the thieves, trap them, and find out. Let us check the thieves' possible escape routes in the event that they are caught off guard by the police from the front door. The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police. This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. This door leads to a kitchen, which holds the shortest route to the back door. This works very well. No one will escape through this window now.
I'm breathing in, I'm breathing out. Oh, tonight it's coming in.
Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape. This should be useful. One step on these beads, and our thief will go flying. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined. Any thief who finds his way upstairs will roll down very quickly. Oh, that's a lovely old carpet. I wonder what this old chandelier is doing on the floor. It looks as though it was poorly attached. I suppose that the thieves already tried to open the lock with this formidable hammer, but they were unsuccessful. A solid rope. This should be useful. The door is now blocked. There is no ladder. If anyone falls here, he will need assistance to get out. This should be useful. The door is now blocked.
It's almost game over. I am going until I get the platinum, though. No, it's not muted.
Now, it's not an open hatch, just a nice carpet on the floor. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
Okay.
Now, if a thief runs through the kitchen, he'll pay a surprise visit to the cellar.
Hey, that sledgehammer for something.
The door is now blocked. I suppose that the thieves already tried.
What could that be used for? Required item. What am I looking for here?
The thieves won't attempt to escape through the front door if the police are right behind it. This should be useful.
Oh.
Now, if anyone takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the chandelier fall. If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down. The traps for my circus companions are all prepared. I can leave now, but I'll return later with Charles Foley and his companions.
Police! Police! Stop where you are! Where are they?
Trapped, Watson, with your assistance.
How so?
You sounded just like a real bobby, my dear fellow. You startled them into the traps.
I did?
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You scum!
And this is the pistol used for the murder in Half Moon Street.
How do you know about that?
Have you closed the case yet, Sherlock?
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you, but you should be pleased to know that you have served our queen well, in this instance. So now, let us catch the big fish. But this man is not one of the merry men?
No.
Then why exactly are we here, Sherlock?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, has been involved in a double murder, and the hunter of a set of valuable antiques, the Hellenistic treasures, which disappeared in a theft many years ago.
You're no better than the coppers.
Holmes, that is incredible. The Hellenistic treasures.
Indeed.
Nothing but trifles. Where are the merry men?
I don't know why you are asking me, Mycroft. They are yours to find.
I'll see you soon, dear brother.
Condemn. Absolve.
Charles Foley, you were a witness to a double murder. You were standing next to Vercotti when Butler fired at your accomplice. The jeweler missed him, but they proceeded to kill each other with simultaneous shots. Even if your intention was to retrieve the stolen treasure, you did not intend to kill. I shall inform Inspector Lestrade of that fact, so your sentence should be the lighter.
You are a fine gentleman, with your fake pity.
I do what I think is right. It is never due to pity. Farewell, Foley. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friends here into custody.
Where are you going?
I have unfinished business. I'll see you at Baker Street.
Be careful with the lamps. Don't bring them too close to the barrels.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who's there?
That is of no importance. What matters is who you are and the plans that you have here.
So you can stop us from carrying them out?
Eventually, yes.
Hey, careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that already. We are the men who've already lost everything of value in their lives. We are ruined shopkeepers. We are workers who were fired from their jobs. Honest people who were robbed. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street. And all of this in the name of the so-called law. The laws that were set out by our government. The laws that make the commoners only more vulnerable and the wealthy more protected. We are not only from the British Empire. Some of us are from the New Lands, America, Australia, and we are many. But men we are still, and we are merry for that we stopped being afraid. For those powers that be had done their best to plant the fear inside our souls, and we accepted it so easily. The fear advised us to keep our heads bowed. It prevented us from fighting. Bankers and politicians... They own our lives, our work, our bread, and they push us to compete between each other, just to see who may serve them better. But in the end, they are the few, so they are weak. They are nothing without their titles. We should not fear them. Our so-called masters should fear us instead. The time has come for our group to stand tall. Our great and many merry men. We are going to blow up the London Stock Exchange. No life shall be lost. But ownerships, debts, and property titles? They shall all be destroyed. They're only papers, after all. So many people will be freed over this night.
That is a radical step to take. What result do you truly expect?
Chaos. But soon people will understand that they are free, and that they don't belong to anyone. They will be able to work for themselves, together, without letting the rulers dictate what to do, and finally justice will arise.
What you are intending to do is a crime. It is not justice.
How do you see justice, then? Kids go to prison for a loaf of dry bread. And how many lords do you see punished for stealing from their people? Sending them to their deaths in mines or overseas to fight for land? Our masters wouldn't hear us. So now it's time to sing the song of the merry men. Will you let us do our duty?
When people fight the order, they are too blind to see the consequences that throw society into chaos. I shall stop your actions, but not you. Run. Now!
So, you're interested in Russian literature now?
Quite, lately.
It is an interesting book. I remember a few lines.
Really? I tried reading it myself, but I had a hard time understanding it.
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, I vaguely recall one of the lines. Sometimes it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. There were also a few words along the lines of, pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. Tell me, Doctor, does my brother show any signs of pain or suffering?
Not that I know of.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart. So deep that he does not recall where he places his love.
Well, I'm sure that...
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed towards the Empire. For without it, we would be nothing. A country filled with uncivilized men.
And the Empire needs order and discipline. It has no room for chaos.
People who commit crimes, or at the very least intend them, deserve punishment, Sherlock. Without justice, there can be no civilization.
But we serve the truth, not justice.
Your truth, Doctor, that may prove immoral. Allowing people to terrorize London, destabilizing the whole empire.
Terrorize only the powers whom you serve, Mycroft. Not I, not Watson, not Mrs. Hudson, not Wiggins.
Sherlock, the merry men are to be stopped.
Not by me. You created the merry men. Stop them yourself. Only make sure that you don't create 10 more merry men by arresting the one.
Good night, Dr. Watson.
Anything in the post, Watson? Any clients worthy of our attention?
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new neighbour. She urges you to remove your...
Oh, I don't care about that.
Holmes, the lady who will be moving in shortly has requested the use of our spare room to place all of her boxes.
Wait, what? A lady?
Okay. Correct endings. All correct endings, I never guess. Okay. I gotta go back to 1, and I gotta go back to 5, but yeah. That's it. Go back to 1, and I gotta go back to 5. I can do anything here. Alright, in menu. Yes, replay. I gotta replay 1 and 5. Erased everything, so I gotta do it all again. Okay. Tell myself don't go shopping again until I get, my food that I have, And 1 trophy, 2 trophies left, but 1 trophy from getting a platinum and get all conclusions.
Holmes, will you stop that?
I'm doing this.
Utterly mad.
I'm doing this.
Is that you? Ah, Lestrade. What is it this time?
He can see me. Oh, Mr. Holmes, how could you?
I could have just clicked the button. No. My name is Hudson. Number 5.
Mr.
These footprints appear to be quite large. It seems that the garden was well maintained.
Inspector?
I'll wait for you in front of the cabin, Mr. Holmes.
I can...
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Madam.
At 2 o'clock in the morning, I heard a terrible scream. But I thought nothing of it then. He would scream all the time when he was drunk.
Of course.
Can you...
Well, Peter got drunk in the evening. He was in such a terrible temper. Usually whenever that happened, he'd stay all night drinking in his cabin before passing out.
Do you remember at what time you found your husband's body?
In the morning, at around 7 o'clock.
I
noticed the cabin door was open, but I didn't go in. At around 10 o'clock, I dared to glance in through the door and... Oh, dear.
Was your...
Oh, no, I don't think so. I mean,
You
he didn't really
can't
have many friends.
skip her
He led quite an
dialogue.
isolated life here, after his retirement.
Do this real quick. Get the frickin' everything out of the way. Ping. Cross. Books. Bible. Her, I think she's got like no wedding ring on or something like that. Okay.
The garden is very large.
It is true, there is a lot of work, but my husband took care of it himself.
You have indeed suffered a great loss, Mrs. Carey. Nevertheless, I believe it will be less of a burden for you soon.
Yes.
He was different, wasn't he, when you first met him upon your return from Plymouth?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Oh, my goodness, but how do you know about that?
Of course.
You have indeed suffered. He was different, wasn't he, when you first met him upon your return from Plymouth?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Oh, my goodness, but how do you know about that?
You undertook a pilgrimage to the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela when you were young. That much is evident from the rosary in your hand. The shortest route for the pilgrim from England to Spain is from Plymouth. I believe that you met Peter Carey as a young sailor there, and you married him soon afterwards.
That is indeed what happened, Mr. Holmes. How extraordinary.
Thank you, madam.
Time is it? It is 1 o'clock. Alright. Putting my shoes back on real quick. Hopefully I can burn through this, go through case 5 again real fast. Then, done, but I'm going to sit here until this is done. If I'm here till fucking 5 in the morning, so be it. Told myself I was doing this, I'm freaking doing it. Alright.
Hello, hello, hello.
What is it, Lestrade? You're right. What a terrible way to die. The weapon, the weapon. This man is in his 50s, yet he still looks quite strong. Peter Carey was fully dressed. He was not caught by surprise. It is possible that he knew his murderer. This blood is from the pool underneath. This would... Peter Carey tried... J.H. The pattern of the blood stain... These abbreviations. Peter Carey was in... Old navig... Oh. Peter Carey's... This place is not covered with dust. An object was taken. Ha! Someone was here yesterday. These boots don't match the footprints.
Well, Mr.
This looks like the...
Shh. Did you hear that? There's someone there. I'm gonna collar him.
I'll be right behind you.
Police!
Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Holmes! All
These are the sus... A pocket. A handkerchief. And partner. From R. Dawson. To my friend, Dawson. I've seen this name.
Just search the archives.
Book that
There
we
we
found
go.
on Peter. These abbreviations.
I mean, nothing right now, not without. Yeah. I gotta go talk to Wiggins at some point. Yeah. Two more things somewhere. Come on, man. Button. Thick neck. Thin neck.
Does this...
I didn't steal it from anyone. It has always belonged to me.
The ring... So, Mr...
The ring is mine.
No, Mr. Nelligan. I believe that the ring had... Well, I will see you soon, young man.
Please, let me go.
I need to stage a reconstruction. I'm sure that Watson would be happy to oblige.
So 1, 2, 3. Ah, that's 4, 5. Okay, 4, 5. We're gonna do archives. Gotta go talk to the lady about the missing box, which I should have done, but I'm gonna search the archives first. Baker Street. That should be it. I told myself I'm sitting here until this is complete, so I'm sitting here until this is fucking complete. I got nowhere to be tomorrow. So, yeah. This is done today. Archives.
That is not... That is... Here. Now I be...
I gotta go back to him. Oh, God, yeah, okay. That's before... Oh, that's right, let's go talk to Watson.
A spot of whaling, Watson? No.
Oh, this...
It is. Tell me. No.
Thank goodness for that.
I wish to impale one with a harpoon.
Wonderful.
Watson, let us pay a visit to... I need to take a harpoon with me.
Oh, okay, so I gotta go there anyway. Something to know. I know it is. I know what the ending, correct ending is. I think it's the fisherman I interact with later, but it's just,
Your husband...
There is a small tin box, barely larger than a book. He kept his papers there. It should be somewhere in his cabin.
Well, no, let me skip her dialogue.
Thank you, madam.
They're in there. Yeah.
The ship's logs of the Sea Unicorn for the years 1878 to 1884. Peter Carey was her captain. Hammerfest. The tooth of a sperm whale, probably from one of Peter Carey's catches.
Right. I just need a harpoon. What am I doing?
That should do it. Now I am ready for the experiment.
Well, Holmes, you should aim for the mark in order to perform the most reliable. Holmes, you should try to... The harpoon has struck the body, but with insufficient strength to pierce it straight through. Holmes, you should try to...
Okay. Okay. Where? Freaking. Okay, hold on, let's aim. Okay. Yeah, there we go.
This is the best possible result that I could get.
Oh. Sure. Yeah, it'll do for now. To Scotland Yard. Go to Scotland Yard. What?
I have heard that... Interesting.
What am I doing here? I've done nothing.
There we go. Back. Just itchy ears. It's all good. There we go. Could zoom in real quick.
Dundee. It's a whaling map. 1883. That's the one I need. This is the crew list of the Sea Unicorn. Log notes for June. Nothing unusual. Log notes for July. Nothing special. Log notes for August. Canadian Pacific Railway. There are 3 ways. The initials PC have been crudely burned. A sailor.
Yes. Very close.
This is a coarse tobacco. Quite. Someone. Rum. It's he.
Okay. Switchwood and vinegar. What else? Now you're talking about best for Wiggins. Find a use. Okay.
Is this your husband's tobacco pouch?
I'm not sure. It might be, but he hadn't smoked in a very long time.
Thank you, madam.
Tobacco. Lovely laughter. Oh, Wiggins, right?
Sorry to trouble you, Mr. Holmes, but the inspector asks that you come to the station as soon as possible.
Thank you.
course. It's in the evidence room, at your disposal. Admit that for once, Mr. Holmes, Scotland Yard is a step ahead of you, eh?
Breathtaking. These are the suspect's belongings.
Take the boots.
The stains. Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I would like to ask you a few questions. Precisely, and considering your situation, it might be wise to speak with someone who is, shall we say, rather more neutral. You are a suspect in a murder case.
Okay, search profile.
That's all for now.
Nice.
I need to prepare a chemical... First condition. Second, third...
A new suspect, but this one refuses to talk.
A map of London.
No, I don't know anyone by that name.
Thank you, madam. Please escort this suspect for interrogation. So...
Hide? What are you talking about?
I did as you asked and hid them well. Should I continue?
My letter? But the ink? That's impossible.
A touch of chemistry, nothing special.
Well, you're a smart one. But it's nothing. If you want to know, I was referring to my tools. It was to do with my work, see?
I will check that, Mr. Hurtley. That's all for now.
Okay.
What am I doing here?
Okay.
Who could do such a thing? My poor husband.
Locked.
Who could do such a thing? My poor husband.
These boots match the footprints exactly.
Me? Like...
Who could do such a thing? My poor husband.
My God, I don't. Okay. Let's see. That's for Hurtley. Who's this for? Dialogue. Eastern. That's by the police. He's a former soldier with the military, but he is quiet. Works as a gardener. Probably a woman's Lee. Okay, so that's somebody. Okay, I guess I gotta go talk to Hurtley again. Just came from there. Oh, just those are your boots in your back. Alright. I was expecting this to be like 3 hours. It's gonna turn into like more. This will turn into probably near 9 to 10 hours. 9 to 10 hour play session.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Tell me.
Woodman's Lee? I've never been there.
The second pair of... Now that your presence at Woodman's Lee has been proven, would you care to explain it?
I don't remember. What would I be doing there anyway?
because you are the gardener at Woodman's Lee.
I'm not. How did you...
I observed your hands. They told me that you work with the earth. Small fragments of plants snagged to your trousers indicate that you were mowing very recently. But the most obvious clue presented itself in the bird embroidered on your handkerchief. A crested tit, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, you got me. Yes, I am a gardener, and I went there to get my tools.
That's all for now. Hurtley's stories are false leads, but now I know one thing for certain. I must examine the site where the garden tools are kept at Woodman's Lee.
God damn it. Here's a Woodman's Lee again. Okay.
Oh my. Our tools are kept inside the shed that's right behind me. Here is the key to open it.
Thank you, madam. Let's see what could be hidden here. Let us see what is in this box. A bundle of letters in a woman's hand with the Carey family monogram. Hurtley.
Okay. Probably for her too.
Madam, I am aware of your affinity with Liam Hurtley.
On the fair, but okay.
What are you talking about?
Mrs. Carey, we found your letters.
My letters? I asked Liam to return them to me. I wanted to burn. No, I do not know. I do not know. Leave me alone, please.
Thank you, madam. I wonder if Wiggins has managed to find any sailors.
If I could just hit R1 instead, I'd be fine. There we go. Jealousy. Wait. Let's say it's a lucky throw. We got a conclusion. We got 1 of 3. We got 1 of 4. Okay. What if I say what if I say it's like a feat of strength? Hell fucking yeah, it's still there. Alright, nice.
Mr. Holmes.
Well, this man is a harpooner, and his initials are PC, the same initials that were found on the tobacco pouch. Wiggins.
We found...
Good.
Thank...
If I wish to speak to Cairns without alarming him, I had better dress as a sailor.
You know what? Archives.
My archive. I can always consult with it if needed. My analysis table. It is useful for my work. Now I can approach Cairns and see if he recognizes the pouch.
You are lucky.
I'm ready.
What? You're...
Why do you say... A harpooner. Interesting. You've had a lot of adventures.
I don't know. During the crossing, he and the skipper enjoyed some long talks. His baggage was just a tin box.
That... You know what happened, don't you?
I do. I saw the skipper tie his heels and push him over the rail in the middle of my watch on that dark night. 2 days before we sighted the Shetland lights.
Back in... Here it is.
No.
I'm done.
His notebook. Yeah, look at his notebook. Scotland Yard, I gotta go look at his notebook. Look at his notebook.
These are the suspect's belongings. I wonder if these are... Now we have the proof that Nelligan's papers were indeed here. It seems that they have vanished, however.
How this plays out. Because I'm curious how this plays out.
The case is solved. There are 2 culprits, Inspector. Nelligan and Hurtley.
What? Well, I would never have guessed, Mr. Holmes. They aren't a rotten pair, though.
It was a combination of 2 motives.
What were their motives?
The first...
Well,
I...
that... Gentlemen, we know everything about your association to kill Black Peter. Admit that you planned it together.
Our association? I don't even know this man.
You needed to kill Peter Carey. There had to be 2 of you there.
Ridiculous. I'm innocent.
All that remains is to determine the level of guilt. Which one of you is the initiator in this case?
But I just told you I've never seen this man before.
It's him. He's the culprit. He was forcing me. He threatened me. He's the mastermind behind it all.
Shut up. You're a lunatic.
Well, it all seems very clear, don't you think, Mr. Holmes?
Inspector, I believe that
You've got it wrong. It isn't true.
That's right. I confess.
Well, young man, turns out you are the gang leader. I don't fancy your chances now.
The case is resolved, Inspector. I shall return to Baker Street.
Very well.
Clearly wrong. Do I have all the info? Choose another ending. Yes. No. Because once again, I have all the endings here. I just gotta sort them out. Same thing with that one. Then I gotta go back to 5 and sort them out. So it's like I have all this info I need. We can get to it that way. Awesome. Oops, sorry. Retrieving notebook. Motive. Looking through. Innocent. Flirting right there. Okay. Piece of strength. Looking for papers. Nigel's innocence. Proves guilt. So I can get through this real quick and go to the last one. I'm trying to burn through 5 and just get that done as quick as possible, but yeah.
Yes.
How?
I ask that you return the bond certificates. Keep some of them. You will need them in your exile. It is better that you leave the country for a few years.
And you won't...
It's good that you asked me to come, Mr. Holmes. We do need to talk.
Aha!
Cases. No, this is the last one. There's only 6. Say Albert was the killer, Miss White was the killer, and then the syndicates are the killer before I really do anything else. Okay. Okay. It's getting tired. This is going on for a while.
Don't touch. Good day.
Here it is.
Thank.
Do not touch.
The plants were here. All of them. Here is a list of the stolen plants. According to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was. Soil. It should have come from a flower pot. The soil on the side of this flower. Fragments. These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet. The traces are thinner in some places. The footprints reveal. The door. This door. The ensconce. The door was.
I think we need.
So frustrating. There you go.
This pot was. A flower pot recently fell down. Very strange. These This broke. Part of this. This. This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it.
Oh my god.
Blood. Someone fell violently against this sign, and they were injured. All the clues are. This reconstruction reveals. I asked him. First of all, there are no... Nothing. No.
Yeah.
There is an injury.
Okay.
The vessels. The air from the Now. The heart tissue. The tissue on the lungs are congested. The liver is in... The liver tissue is brown. The stomach tissue I suspect... No. A few innocuous questions at Q will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs. Yes.
Go to the archives. No, not yet. Back to Q Garden. That is a person.
Mr. Hamish. Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Can I help you? My father wouldn't...
Thank you, young. These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition. The symbol is... There is a smell of burn. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens. A protective mask. Someone set it alight, but it did not burn. The remains of a picture frame. A broom handle was half burned. The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned.
Look, Holmes, this charming lady must be Miss White. She's entering the seed house.
Open.
Good day to you.
Why? What if...
You realize how much frickin' dialogue this game has. The whole thing's about trying to get things together. God. Okay. What was the last bit? I can't remember. Our clothes, probably. Oh my god, I forgot. Hold on. Unmarried something, probably. Yeah. Cheated egg.
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
Thank you, miss. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
Now, here this in the nursery. Actually, the nursery was pretty...
Locked. dry tropics. What?
What should we do?
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building. According...
Oh my god, not what I wanted, clearly.
Do you hold the... Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon. Locked. There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory.
Gold dust? Good heavens. What's it doing here?
The gold is almost immune to chemical...
But what?
Several... A bottom...
Oh my god.
This student... Chemicals.
A phone?
Yes.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants do respond to their environments and have...
Study report.
Martin Hamish's perception.
A study report by Martin Hamish. It appears as though the protective equipment is missing from here. Such masks are generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals. Gloves, waterproof aprons, everything one might need for self-protection.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
Locked.
Holmes.
Open. Albert's locker. Specialist articles on ship. Albert. A reject. A picture of Miss White. Martin Hamish's log. A review. A review. Martin Hamish studied chemistry. Interesting. Father and I. Q. Miss White's Apparently, a draft of... These jewels... A vanity... What?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you haven't...
Thank you, Mr. Hay.
Just be... Just...
Just find that use. I guess like right over here.
I am curious if the marble that we found will... Here it is. The marble fragment that...
He jumped up.
It is a bust of Montague Dunn.
Bust.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon. There is a
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
It is strange. Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our...
God, you know. I just like people. They're bad. People are bad.
Here it is. Here it is. The divine... That is not the one I need.
I hate people.
Here it is.
People. Do not. No, do not. Motive, motherfucker. Just, Okay, the following 3 deductions must be obtained before activating Sh's opportunity. Okay, so it should be fine as long as I don't activate what goes next to it. Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay. What was I doing? We need Toby.
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens.
Can't keep bunching up. I bought two sizes too big and they just keep bunching up on me.
Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance.
No, I'm a 30-32.
Search, Toby. Search.
I'm a 30-32, but for some reason I thought a 36-32 would be fine because it was the only waist that had the right length. Require about definitely, yeah. Just do it. Come on, Toby.
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found. This is the bottle. There is still a tiny...
Form analysis. Alright. So, alright. Select the building. I think I gotta go on here. But yeah.
Are you... Locked.
We're in.
Newspapers.
Okay, right. Oh my god. SHERLOCK.
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document. Tell me. The divine... Thank you, miss.
Very determined to get this. Real quick. Read that.
Let us determine just what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to perform an analysis. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory. Here it is. And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to...
This place is beautiful, Holmes.
Let us find someone who could help us. Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock...
From therefore this...
We should like...
only...
Green...
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Our God... Well, we will... A fragment of a flower pot. Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down. The Kew Gardens symbol. This door is locked, but... These instruments are a vast amount of opium. That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments. This substance, this cap.
You came to make a donation?
This must be Triwan, the Divine Syndicate's god. Caterpillars. These three... Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment.
Going to Baker Street.
I imagine I shall begin. It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid. Toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary. The plants would be capable...
Let's not just, before we do it, let's just wait. I think I gotta go talk to him one more time before performing. I gotta go talk to the Defiant Syndicate one more time. This is probably the preppiest I've ever looked. I gotta say, I don't hate it, but...
Do you have friends at Kew?
None. Not worthy there.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy there.
Oh my god.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy there.
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search. Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
Quickly through
well,
all
we
of
will.
So everything. I think that gives me a option. Yeah, Poppy, perfectionist. There is the freaking platinum. Hell yes. There's another one. This game is done. I want to end it on a conclusion, but I don't feel like doing anything more, so I'm not playing this out to the very end. Just, it's not happening. It's not happening. So, Baint the Green Mystic, Shelter. It needs to. I'm taking them to the yard. Yes.
Green Grand Mystic, we have excellent news for you. Please come with us.
Praise the all-holy sap for having spiritually pollinated us where we go.
We found your plants.
Is that true? And where are they?
They're at Scotland Yard. Please come with us to identify them, so that you may take them back.
Yes, yes, I will come. I am excited to retrieve them.
That's it? Okay, I could've, you're gonna get Lestrade in on it and shit, okay. That was terrible. That was terrible. I'll do one more, and it's what if I take him to a mental asylum? That's what the other one was reading. So I'll give him that. Shelter, Green Mystic, let's see what he says.
Green Grand Mystic, we have excellent news for you. Please come with us.
Praise the all-holy sap for having spiritually pollinated us where we go.
To a hospital, Green Grand Mystic. We know what you did. Do not worry, you'll be treated well.
What? What are you talking about? A mistake over some plants? You are the ones who should be treated, you raging fools.
No, we are speaking of an altogether more serious crime.
I do not understand, and I refuse to move. And I suggest that you do not force me. I have a lot of influential followers. You should believe me.
Holmes, I could write a letter of recommendation to a special institution. I know the director there. But, as the mystic has said, his sect is powerful. And I'm not sure if I could be influential enough.
Well, with your writing talent and my persuasion, we can try our best to find a place for him. That is all we can do.
The game's over. That's where I'm ending it. Hell yeah, I got the platinum. Next one done. Sherlock wears some badass suits, so I thought I'd put mine on. I forgot I had this piece till late, but hell yeah. Maybe I'll wear it more for more other gameplay, I don't know, but hell yeah. Thanks for watching. Good night. Bye.